Let's get ready to rumble. Pyro, what's up? Good morning. Solcero, what's up? Good morning. Hope you guys are all having a sunshine of a day. Get ready for another day, another dollar. Hopefully the market is good like yesterday. I think we definitely got some potential in the shadows here today. Do have a sort of sideways opening today from what I see from the overall market, which could be good, could be bad. We don't know yet. Bodie, what's up? Good morning. Good morning. See, apparently we do have decision on interest rates coming out today. Apparently 99% of the market believes that we will not have a rate hike today. So that is interesting. Gold and silver went down. Bond yields kind of staying flat, maybe a little bit down, maybe a little bit up. The VIX getting crushed even further, which I find actually kind of interesting. Got to keep an eye on that. Hope you guys all had a happy Halloween. If you partake in it. Today is Wednesday. And hopefully tomorrow I don't mess up the date because that'll be 3 weeks in a row. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow is Thursday. Keep making sure I got that in the back of my head. Anyways, by the way, let's look at the weather. I truly do feel like I'm radiating. I have a radio station in Vietnam. This morning it is 53 degrees as we enter into the rest of the day. Early on in the morning, I don't have that white guy voice. Hit the like button. Your finger will appreciate you freeloading frauds. Sue, good morning or good afternoon. Bunch of freeloading frauds in the background. TRKA, look at the sunshine rise on this bad boy. TRKA moving up, currently up around 6%. Had a good pop up of 48% yesterday. Joel, Bart, good morning, guys. Good to see you. It's cold outside. Wow. Yeah, you know what? It is actually... Here it's actually decent. The mornings are beautiful. I love the mornings. Very chill. We still do have the Santa Ana winds ripping across, which make it really dry. I wake up, my eyes are a bit puffy. My lips are a bit dry. It's just, you know. Did you say TRK? Steve, what's up, bro? Steve's about to do a backflip off the top of the roof of the house. LIFW has, by the way, DTCK, $4. All right. Told you the Viagra might take some time. All right. The blood flow ain't always popping. It ain't popping like I was young. All right. LIFW, the blue chew. LIFW rose 47% yesterday. Currently up 9%. So it's another decent play this morning. We do have CLLS, which had a big pop up here from around 97 cents here. Currently trading at 265. I've not looked at the news here. It's a big mover. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't like the way it's set up as of right now. We do not have a nice setup in regards to the 13 and the VWAP. HUBC up 6% pre-market. All right, let's take a look at HUBC. I do see yours, Celsius Anderson. Take a quick look. HUBC. Oh, yeah, we had that beautiful pop, and then it came back down. Still holding that trend line. Still holding the trend line. We are well above the 500 on the 4-hour, which is a bit tricky here. We did have that pop up to 94. We did fill that gap. I did see people asking. No, Pyro, you asked for that gap up above. Gap down below for HUBC is currently at 58.77, 58.90. However, we are still following this trend line that's been very consistent, popping up off of it. So something to keep an eye on here. Okay, and then TGTX, which sounds very familiar. Wasn't this the one that like climbed up like a multitude of dollars? Yeah, this was back in the day. I remember this. Right all the way up to 35 bucks. 11 bucks here, moving up 40%. Yep, today it's going to be a volatile validity. TGTX, a play that we have played in the past, I think almost a year ago now. We're getting there. LIFW now 291, looking to push higher here. Still keep an eye on my good old blue chew. You know what? I'm taking CLLS off. I'm not a big fan of CLLS. Whoa. Okay, no, wrong one. 2:30, I think. Yep, it's generally in the afternoon. A lot of whatever happened to throwing a wrench in the system here, man. Make the market exciting for once. I know 99. I love these stats. 99% of people think we're gonna pause. No, it's more like 99% of people want the Fed to pause. Which, fair enough, makes a lot of sense. Let's see, anything else? I think I do have day trades. I think I have 2 day trades now. I have 2 day trades today. I did take a position on QUBT, which has actually worked out well for me here. QUBT has popped up to 75, even hitting 76 this morning. Volume isn't great, but I don't know, maybe there's some. Like I said, we are on a breakout line for QUBT. CDT acting funny after hours last night. That is true. You did mention that yesterday. Keep an eye on that bad boy. Yeah, decent climb up here from 130 up to 170. Excuse me. HUBC does look like it has a pop in it. Like that's what I'm seeing. I'm not saying it happened. You know, MACD does kind of indicate maybe a pop up into the open here as we say that it's moving up. So call me a wizard. Gotta pay attention now because I got my day trades. And my cup of coffee was more like an espresso because I kind of over shoveled it this morning. So I'm wired, baby. I'm wired. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Give me something to play today. Once the market opens, keep an eye on QUBT. I'm ready. Actually, speaking of, what's my... Okay, I got $48 in the chamber on this account here. So I can't play HUBC because Weebles, these greedy motherfuckers, they want you to be buying 100 shares. So I can't be playing that. So I got to play either something below 50 cents or something above $1. And even then, I kind of want to play with... the whole set here. BRSH. This is also another one that I was paying attention to this morning. Not a lot of volume, but I did have a nice little... It looks like a nice little bull flag here, to be honest. It's kind of what I was hoping on. So I'm going to keep an eye on BRSH. Maybe a bit of a pop-up. Volume is not amazing, but... I'm in LQR. That is true. I did also see LQR. Fuck it. QUBT for now. LQR volume. We did have... Excuse me. We had a bit of a volume pop. We do have MACD on the way down here. Maybe this is a pop-up ready for another leg of accumulation. As of right now, I don't really see much. I do 5-minute potential, but you need that volume back in it. The potential is there. I'm ready. Come on, market. I'm also seeing Bitcoin is now looking to push the $35,000 mark here. We could see a massive pop-up here on Bitcoin. I'm wondering... So ETFs are basically guaranteed here. Yep, there we go. Bitcoin just hit 35,000 again, which we did a couple of days ago. Bitcoin is now moving up quite rapidly. So this could be... I'm going to throw up Wolf here, actually. Wolf has been a very consistent player in the crypto sphere. Anybody else got any consistent crypto boys? I don't know, maybe... Anybody got any good crypto plays? Play off the bounce here. I know something I find very interesting. I've seen a lot of people switch over to cryptocurrency, which would make a lot of sense. Take a look at SOPA. All right. SOPA. SOPA, consistent grind. Okay. These guys must have something in the chamber. Article this morning says Bitcoin 150K in 2025. Hey man, that market cap is incredibly low. All right, if you look at the market cap of, for example, gold, which I believe is at around $11 trillion, Bitcoin is technically only at $6 billion. I would say you do still have some time to play it up. The only thing, how do you say it? I think Bitcoin is better played, though. It's better played now, but once you get those futures and all those financial instruments that BlackRock and all these institutions are going to be throwing out, I will be wary. Okay, so what? Let me take a look at their fundamentals here, then, Steve, because not that I'm a big award type of guy, but how do you say? You know, one success leads to others. SOPA, sorry. Okay, so they decent setup here. They do have a little higher expenses for e-commerce than I was expecting. They have good fundamentals. They are undervalued, okay? They are undervalued in regards to fundamentals. They are burning way too much cash, in my opinion. So, especially for an e-commerce, like, you need HUB to come. Okay, well, BRSH is taking a hit. You know, I think HUBC, how do you say? I think, especially with some of the news that's been coming out in the Middle East, I definitely think bankroll is going to be coming in to Israel at some point. Not that I'm excited about any of it, but how do you say? They make money off of chaos. Why don't we? Not necessarily an endorsement either, but Fubo, PRZO, Lace. I'm trying to find some other setups here that we could play around with. Cedu, how's Cedu doing? Cedu bouncing off of that 850 area. Cedu always probably is going to need a split here. COSM popped up. What about GME? Let's take a look at GME here. 1380, man. I'm telling you, off that 12 bounce. Doesn't make sense. Goro went all the way down to 40 cents. Not a lot of volume. There we go. HUBC. We do have less than 5 minutes. We are on the final 5-minute candle here. Into the open SXTP. Alaire. Not a lot of volume. You know, guys, we don't have a lot of volume in some of these plays. So maybe up there, but what was it was CLLS. I'll bring that up. Still climbing up here, I guess. SPRC did come back down. Hold on, let's take a look at SPRC. Maybe we get a rebound. MTC looks very consistent here as well. CDIO. BKYI, VSME. EVAC still climbing. Jesus Christ, how much more money do we got to borrow? All right. We're now a minute and a half away. HUBC is still climbing here. What about Finger? How's Finger been holding up? Good luck to all. Hey, OA, what's up, bro? Good morning. Salute to you, good sir. Another day, another dollar. Yeah. We're going to be, this is the first time I think in a while where we're going to be having a sort of a sideways open here on the market. Maybe Netflix not so much, but otherwise than that, I don't really see much like massive movements here as of right now. We do have the SPY moving up to 419 here. Not many Halloweeners last night, mostly older kids. That's interesting. Well, we kind of live away from everybody, so we didn't have anybody swing by, but it was definitely not as that's actually, now that you say that, from what I heard, that was very true. All right, boom, here we go. Market is open. SOPA moving up to 43 here, looking for a pop-up here. HUBC coming back down slightly. SOPA looking to push up here. CLLS kind of coming down here. TGTX topping off that 11. SVSA popped up, still coming back down here. Let's see, DTCK popping up here at the open. Not a lot, not crazy amount of volume. SOPA pushing up here. Very consistent. HUBC getting dropped here back down to 69. CLLS dropping here. Pixie is halted here on the way up. Okay. Interesting. CVSA coming back down. PBTS popping back up. Isn't PBTS a crypto play? LIFW looking to pop up. Continue to push passes. We do have earnings. LIFW. Let me take a look. Because way too consistent of a move for me to not be looking at their fundamentals. They're a $5 billion company. Holy fuck. Okay, so they did cross over on earnings. How is this a $1 billion company? Am I fucking missing something here? Or is this the wrong? MSP. It says it's a $5 billion company. How the fuck is it a $5 billion company? Whatever. Halted where volume? I have absolutely no idea. I'm asking myself that same question. Okay, DTCK 404, moving up, volume, we got some volume there. TRKA 108. QUBT. How do I feel about this? Do I just want to take the profit and run? Or am I going to be sticking out here? 4 hour. No, it looks like it's going to be coming back down here. So I'm going to take my profit. All right. Not much, but it is $1. I'll take it. It was a no day trade type move. Okay. Now we're done with that. Time to move on. Okay, so Pixie, no, not a lot of volume. SOPA looks interesting here. I'm looking for that next volume candle here. HUBC, waiting to let it settle here. I don't really see how this goes much lower. Maybe test that 68 one more time. But even then, we got some good buying pressure here at the open. All right. LQR not doing all too much. LIFW moving up to 304. TGTX still bouncing off the 13. I'm not confident about LIFW. Looking for something different here. Mullen popping up here at the open. Of course it does. BTAI. This is also a decent play here. HUBC with an interesting open here. Interesting open. There we go, HUBC. Okay. So now into 121 area. SOPA's coming back down to the 40s here. So I'm gonna let the market settle here a little bit. I want to see that volume on HUBC. So we do see some rejection here. All right, volume indecisiveness with a little bit of a hit down here. Keep an eye on that bad boy. Actually, let me pop this back up here. All right. We're in the driver's seat. BTAI. Biotherapeutics. I don't know. I got that set up, bro. I got that set up. I don't know. Maybe wait a little bit more. The volume is good, but it's a bit indecisive. Holy shit, bro. DTCK. Come on, son. Bitcoin rejecting 35. Nvidia popping up to 412 here. If I'm not mistaken, that is a significant level. Yep, we have tested this for the third time here. We're still inside this channel here. Have officially filled the gap on Nvidia. SPY still at 419. Damn, bro. This is the most consistent volume DTCK has had as of yet. SOPA now coming down back to 38.50, trading at 39 here. TGTX did pop up to 11.44, decent little rise. OCG fuck OCG, but regardless, decent setup. There we go. HUBC back down to 67. So I didn't want to get in just yet. I want to see that volume, consistent volume. Very interesting. Very interesting with consistent volume. But OCG, on the other hand, this looks like it's ready for a pop-up here. This could kind of be worth it. Volume is not bad. When does it have a next earnings? Next earnings. They did a reverse split. Ooh, I don't know. Reverse splits have kind of been hot as of late. Keep my eye on that. Mullen back down to the 28s here. Viru, LQR. We got day trade at 120. Bounce off of 67. What's that 5-minute MACD? 5-minute MACD is a bit questionable. 30-minute looks good. 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour. Daily not looking too hot. Daily looks like the crossover is coming. We have retested this trend line once again for the 3rd time now. We're still rejecting that 76 there. By the way, we also have a shit ton of new monthly candles, which is something interesting to see here. I'm just going to let HUBC do its thing. Don't you dare QUBT. What's QUBT's volume at? The volume is incredibly fucking low. I like OCG's volume as well. Though we don't have a new 5-minute candle here. Why did we go through a period of no volume? SOPA still getting dropped here. IBRX? Ah, IBRX. Okay, okay. 302 dropping down to 269 here. Yeah, we have that big pop up to 354 here. Currently using that 500 as support. Let's take a little bit of a look on the longer time. Larger time frames looks like we might need to take a bit of a dip here. We do have a trend line all the way back down to this support at 221. CDT popped, so I sold. 187. This is a good pop, good pop. I need HUBC's volume to be a little bit more consistent here. Pixie unhalted here, moved up to 721. Now coming back down, retesting that 500. IBRX definitely has a ways to go down, so we'll keep an eye on that buying pressure. What about that volume? Volume relatively low. Looks like sell-off from pre-market profits. I'm liking the dips. Yeah, I'm trying to be patient here. HUBC, though, HUBC is in a little bit of this crossroads. Like, you could see a decent pop up here. It might need to sell off a little bit more, maybe just a tad. But you got, like, for example, you got the hourly and the 2 hour on a potential cross up. Especially this bounce off of the VWAP here. Actually, let me remove this. Yeah. Look at the 4 hour here. 4 hour doesn't look too hot. 4 hour looks very fucking overbought. $15 and $30 indicates some type of smaller move, like maybe a retest of this 80 area. But again, volume. There we go. IBRX bouncing off this $3 area. Pixie at 660 here. TGTX coming back down to the 9s. CLLS is bouncing off that 100. 217. Good bounce. DTCK hitting a new high. MSS. CVSA coming back down again as well. Where's that volume, bro? Where's that fucking volume? Probably stole the bull too, yeah. Oh no, bro, you gotta like mitigate it. Sit outside. That's the best way of doing it. Even though not everyone wants to sit outside, especially in the weather that you have. Imagine it's probably chilly as balls. T2, by the way. Let's take a quick look at T2 here. T2 has managed to hold this $5 area, which is quite impressive, to be honest. T2 looks like maybe another move is inbound here. The 2 hour is very overbought. That's the only thing. You know what? One second. I'm gonna take a quick break. Go check on some things. I'll be right back. Let the market settle for another couple of minutes. check. Hold up. Let me look at CDIO here. Volume is kind of low. Could bounce off that 200. HUBC still looks good. TRKA moving up to, what did it hit? It hit 116. Last night, it was hell, 22 degrees. I learned my lesson as it was my first time doing it anyways. Alright, well, CDIO, come on. A little late on that. It does have a good setup, though. LIFW popping back up into the threes. Shit. CDIO. DTCK hitting 438. Let's go. Some consistent volume. Not really consistent, but I would say not bad. Okay, so Nvidia ran all the way up to 415 and it's still having trouble getting up. It does have a good hourly setup though. Gotta kind of pick and choose here. Pixie coming back down. Not a lot of halts. CVSA. Nah, it's below the 500. BTAI ran all the way up to 478. SXTP. CTNT. IMPL. LQR. LQR popping back up slightly. Wheeler's not doing too hot. TRK is now 112. Fingers at 602. Classic topping pattern on CDIO. Let's look at the rest of the market here real quick. It needs volume. That's what it needs. It needs fucking volume. CDIO has a potential to run up a like multitude of pennies. Let's go ADP. Puts print in and pay. Is that PayPal? No. Paymentus Holdings. Paycom. Payc. Okay. Yeah, these things are getting dropped. TRKA. Damn, bro. Maybe TRKA is it. Or HUBC. We got a couple of setups here. I know those were definitely some good shorts, especially because it gapped out in the morning. There we go. CDIO getting dropped. Didn't fucking trust that, but TRKA could go either way here, or HUBC. 5 minute looking ready. It's gonna run into that. This is tricky. The problem is it's all low volume, so you have to go based off of setup. You can't really do anything in regards to, like, maybe you can find a runner, like a slow climber throughout the day. NC, this one popped up. No talent in Oklahoma. Indecisive candles here and there. It's the volume that gets me on NC, bro. HUBC definitely looking a little froggy here. QUBT. This drops back down to like the 71 area maybe. Where's CDIO at? Don't like that volume. TRK looks pretty decent, to be honest. I don't know. TRK looks very interesting. Come back down here. Is it worth loading up after a 48% run? Volume is so shit, bro. That volume is... I question this volume. Mentioned Lum puts will be printing yesterday 1.5 and 1. Keep dropping your bish. Definitely a good setup here. I do remember you mentioning that. No, I'm not confident in it. Keeps doing that. Keeps bouncing back and forth. What's the volume? There we go. There we fucking go. LIFW, CTNT, GPAC low volume, PCSA. See, PCSA popped up yesterday. How's this volume holding up? Not as great as volume as yesterday, but definitely interesting. CLLS looks to be rising again. Good support at this 217 area, coming back up to that VWAP. RCRT popping up massively. Yeah, retested that higher area. A lot of volume. Oh wait, let's look at Wheeler here. Wheeler coming in at a certain level. Did hit a new low. Did have a nice little bounce. I don't know about that. PMAC still climbing. Okay, CDIO. That's a good response. What about CGC? CGC popped up to 59.96. What about Nikola? I saw some chatter about Nikola. Back down to 101. Okay, we're getting some volume action here. We had a lot of volume here in the open. Still below that 200. HUBC now back in the Nvidia with a hard rejection here. I was hoping that Nvidia would at least attempt sideways pop up to this. So Friday is when Nvidia will try. HUBC has somewhat of a short-term bullish setup here. Maybe not the MACD so much, but TRK as well looks pretty good. it reject that one more time, or does it just pop up above it? TRK is back up to 120 here. All right, we got that. Nikola finding support at 101. CDIO coming back down here. TGTX trading sideways. Still looks like it has a setup here. CLLS has come back up to this VWAP here, trying to reclaim that 13. TRK coming back, bouncing between 116 and 119. Decent setup. MACD is a bit questionable here. VSME off the 74.50 bounce, back up to 89. What is it? Got my bid on Humana. Hume. Got my bid. We just got some degen shit through $50 in these puts. I'm assuming they got earnings. They got earnings yet today. Indecisive. Indecisive on the way up. Indecisive on the way down. Yep, not bad. Definitely have to go back down to that 961. There we go. Spies reclaim is recovering. Looks like that 431 area is looking tight. DTCK is still on a grind. HUBC still moving up here. TRK questionable. Needs a little bit more volume here. Could easily get knifed down. We got Mercy General is up. MCY. Anyone know? What's Mercy General? What's popping here? Mercy. CY. Mercy Systems. No, Mercy General. So this is a real automobile insurance company. Damn, these guys are fucking undervalued. Holy shit. That makes me nervous. WeWork has officially filed for bankruptcy. Oh, let me look at LQDT here. Where are we at with this? So we're still in sort of a resistance zone. Let's look at the weekly. Whoops. TRK is hopping back and forth here. Monthly, questionable. Weekly could see a decent pop up here. Daily. Overpriced and bad fundamentals. Well, I mean, everything is overpriced and bad fundamentals, so that's also why I'm not longing anything right now. CDIO coming back down. This is 2830 level. CCG warrants. OCG. How's OCG holding up? OCG still not doing. TKNO up 9% here. CCJ popping up slightly. OTLK looks pretty good here, actually. OTLK could be a decent runner throughout the day. Really nice setup. Consistent volume as well. Someone definitely wanted to get in here. OTLK looks really good here. Volume looks fucking consistent. Already did a significant move though, so might have to wait a little bit. Continuous hitting resistance. You know what? It's time to just do some fucking research. I think that's what it's time to do. Excuse me. God damn it. TRK is just trending sideways for now. Pixie just trading sideways as well, but now coming back down here to this 500 again. TGTX has reclaimed the 13. CLLS looking for a pop up here, 246. Good recovery, both of the 13 and the VWAP here. What the fuck? HUBC with a nice little bounce here. Back over that 500, 200 again. Look at the options on Sevra. They have a shit ton in January. Very fucking cheap as well. These calls are fucking cheap. Look at SVRA. Every single sort of thing that I do, SVRA is a top dog here. 1 hour looks interesting. 2 hour looks interesting. 4 hour looks really fucking interesting. Daily, what's the daily telling us? So this is the risk on Sevra. If they have good earnings, this fucking skyrockets. If they have shit earnings, kind of trades sideways here. The last time we had this level of accumulation on the way down, we had a big spike back up to the $6 area. It's worth the gamble. What about CSBR? Where are we at with CSBR? Down into earnings on the daily, a bit of recovery. have 3 negative earnings in a row. They had some positive earnings beforehand. Kind of swaying back and forth. CLLS rejecting the breakout here. I have 450 on this mofo. QBTS. What a big spike up here. Decent volume. QUBT. How is QBTS doing better than QUBT? What the fuck is this? HUBC is slowly grinding up here. Pretty consistent volume. Not a big fan of the setup though. We did open up above that area. And we're kind of jumping back and forth into turning bullish to bearish. HUBC looking for maybe a little bit of a spike here. Oh, there we go. 73.42. Good move on HUBC. 73.65. 73.77. Good little bounce above this 500 and 200 here. HUBC tapping 74. HUBC 74.86 starting to spike up here. Generally, you know what? I should just avoid that. I don't like holding long term on this fucking portfolio. Let's go HUBC. Likey like. I agree, bro. I got in on HUBC. I like the setup. It's gonna don't do this spiky back and forth. Come on, man. You 5 minute has that set up for golden cross here. QUBT as well looks good as fuck. Maybe I should have just held a little bit longer, but I did make money off of it, so who gives a shit. OTLK as well looks pretty good here. And now we gotta test this 72.50 area a couple of times. There we go. QUBT is gonna pop up here. How's TRK doing? TRK came off that 124. So happy I didn't get him. OTLK is still slow grind. OCG 139, of course. Decent setup here. We've had bad earnings before on this one, but a lot of selling pressure on HUBC on that spike up above. Let's see, sort of. Just hoping for a better candle there. Shit. One sec. You guys already know what the fuck I did. Nothing on my computer though. No, you know what it was, Bart? It was the spider gave me the reflexes to avoid disaster. Remember, I'm Spider-Man now. Okay, what happened here on HUBC? Wow. They knifed that bitch down quick. A good setup. Bit of a rejection here. Are they going to reject the 1 hour? DTCK, damn. This bitch is still climbing. I'm probably going to level off here. I don't think HUBC is going to make it through this storm. Oh, what's going on, HUBC? What happened here, my guy? All right, you went back down to the 3 minute and the 2 minute to 100. Drop below. All right, let's take a look here. So IBRX back up at 350, 334. Good bounce off of 269. 500 holding strong. Do have some interesting setups here. We've gotten a better result just holding QUBT, to be honest. Am I seeing that right? Goldman Sachs? 308? Still got a ways to go. Nvidia's at 419, breaking back up above, pushing higher here. Should use on gut instinct when it hit 67 near that trend line. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, I guess. NC trading sideways. CTCX not really doing too much. QUBT 7680. IBRX still at this 330 area. Oh, maybe that's a dip HUBC needed. Higher highs, higher lows. Could also just be that if nice down here. Dude, there's very little in this market that can survive any turbulence. Dude, the contraction here is wild. Cough, cough plays. What about VBIV? VAXX has risen from 90. VBIV all the way risen from 45. VACC has done really well. I'm all in Nikola, 2 cents. Nikola is always one of those like really interesting springboards. It has rejected the upper fib level a couple of times here. It's really close to coming back down to the support. I do see what you see in regards to potentially moving up higher here. Definitely see it. T2. Ah, would you look at that? Told you, T2's been holding that 550 level for a while now. It's got to make some new highs, see where it's going to go here. Oh, MVIS has finally broken that 188 or 186, so now it's really at support. Question is, how does it sustain? Probably going to come back up to this 201 area. Sigma as well. OCG still popping up here. OCG, don't... I would not underestimate OCG here. Oh, come on, HUBC. I was hoping for you to at least make another pop up here off that recovery. You gotta retest that 6820 level one more time, don't you? I don't know, that 200 EMA on the 30-minute is pretty flat. We've seen that before though. What about this 2 hour? Yeah, we're still holding this 2 hour as well as this 4 hour. OCG is getting ready for a move here. Maybe that 130 buy wouldn't have been terrible. Do have a lot of tickers coming back up here. Nvidia's getting ready to reclaim that $428 area. Okay, HUBC. Telling you, that could have been what it needed. T2 as well. What about IBRX? Woo, let's go. No volume though, so I don't trust this move whatsoever. Sideways gang. Welcome to the Sideways boy band. OTLK, yeah, I guess that what 66 move was it, so we just watched the high. PMEC as well, still climbing up here. Yep, there we go. OCG 149. Rejection off of that. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Coming back below the VWAP. IBRX still pushing up here. $339. Do we have the 5? We have the 5. Do we have the 10? We're starting to get the 10. Do we have the 15? We have the 15. No, not yet. $343. VSME is also back up to 92 here, 92.63. Bit of a drop and then a bounce. What the fuck? Yep, still continues to grind here. 344 back at its high, looking to pop up here. CLLS coming back down. BRSH. BRSH did fill that gap, so we could see a recovery here. It doesn't look too strong though. LQR is also down. What was the one that Sue always mentions? BPTH. So trading sideways for now. GME's back down here. What seems to be a new high here on IBRX. And here we go. We are on the 500 on the 30. We are rejecting a slight push up above the 200 on the 1 hour. Shit, did not mean to do that. U.S. military commandos in where assisting in look for hostages, just a matter of time. Yeah. Hey, what's up, P71? I didn't even realize that was you, bro. Won World War III. Good morning, everyone. Nice. I don't know, bro. I think we're technically already in it, if you think about it, but how do you say, these things always take some time. IBRX did pop up again. Wow. DTCK is still looking for new highs here. VSMA is still up there. Do I have IBRX up? I do not. I don't know. I'm not really in the mood to get into a long discussion in regards to when's FOMC. FOMC's at what was it again? You said, well, who said it this morning? RTX looking good, a lot of upside. At this point, I'll take any ticker that has some decent moves. RTX. Very consistent, which is good to see. What time is it yet? Is it someone who said it earlier? Somebody said it earlier. Somebody said it this morning. 2:30, so that would be 11:30. So yeah, we're about 3 hours away now. VSME still looks good. LQR. LQR does still have some accumulation. Could see a bit of a pop-up here. It's hugging that VWAP pretty nicely. Maybe one more pop-up. We do have a gap at 82.83 and 89.90 on HUBC. I definitely think HUBC will move back up here. TRK back down to 107. I think the SPY is about to get fucking wrecked today. Yeah, I think the SPY is about to get wrecked, dude. I'm looking at this upwards movement. It's fucking weak. It's really weak. Actually, might as well just throw up the SPY right now. Yep, the pump before the dump. Oil, that's, you know what? I haven't actually looked at oil in a while. Let's take a look. Oil is bouncing off the daily 200 EMA. What about the weekly? Where are we at on the weekly? Weekly, we're retesting the 30. What, the 30 and 48 here? Excuse me. So, I don't know. I thought we were going to be retesting the 79 area and then start rising. I don't know. Could it be worth it? What was the VIX again? I had the VIX set up a certain way as well. Maybe it's time for UVIX. I don't know. That was a pretty bearish setup. Yeah, we kind of knifed through that. So we're going back down to the 16 area. Retest that support. I don't think that's a false breakout though. It's multi-day. Yeah, no, they're I don't know, that Venezuela deal that they claim is such a big fucking deal. I don't fucking believe that shit whatsoever. You like, it's just pure speculation in regards to the market, right? They're trying to price in an oil deal with Venezuela while simultaneously pricing in the Middle East war, which is like, how do you say, the moment it escalates, oil is skyrocketing. Now, the only thing that I do have qualms with is the fact that Jamie Dimon basically came out and said, yeah, it's going to all-time highs, guys. But it's still, regardless. Actually, what's a good oil play you guys always follow? I always forget those names. No, it's not CEI. Oh, what is it? What's the beginning letter again? Oh, you guys always fucking mention this. It's not the fucking Boyle. Boyle is the that's that yeah, that's a ProShares Ultra. No, what is it? Because I have my own one that I like following, but I forget what you guys follow most of the time. Because, for example, if I look at like PBR, for example, I got PBR. This is the one that I like. CVX, the cervix, oh, Chevron. Yeah, but they had a dump on earnings, right? ENSV, thank you. Right, yeah, this one. No, is it this one? No, it's not this one. It's one that's like, it always trades between like $4 and $7. It has decent fundamentals. It's a bit cheaper than most oil plays, but I'm just gonna move up. Okay, it's fine. Okay, whatever. We got the money back. GTE. Grain Tierra. See, this was back in. Yeah, I think you guys were playing. Yeah, somewhere around here. I remember it had like a bounce. Yeah, that makes sense because the oil plays had a bounce in June and July. Maybe. Well, let me look at the fundamentals here. I should know this. Probably because I got rid of the old watch list. That's why. They got this shit load. Everything's loaded January. A lot of commodities are loaded in January. That's very interesting. BKYI. Also had a nice pop up here. DTCK hit 470 today. Holy shit. Yeah, it's probably coming because they probably made a deal in regards to. So the question I now have is, does DTCK just break out here? MDAI moving. Spectral AI. Ooh. I don't think I think maybe once. Does it have anything of value underneath it, or are we just pure speculation? Okay, they have some decent revenue. And they have some decent fundamentals. Shit. No options. That sucks. Oh, this is still a relatively new company. Actually, dude, MDAI has a really fucking decent setup, actually. It has a really decent setup. I smell weakness. Well, is the SPY popping back up here, or is it just trading sideways? It had that last little pop up here. We did have weakness on the way down, which means we could see a bullish pull up here. But even that move on the way up is very weak. We still don't have a golden cross on the 15. The 30 still looks kind of weak though. 5 minute, what about the 5 minute? 5 minute probably tells us a little bit more here today. Yeah, no, I think people are just really bullish on the potential call out for J Powell to stop hikes, but I don't really think that shit does anything. Like what is it gonna do? You still haven't felt the lagging impacts, and those lagging impacts are exactly why the market is now going down. Right? Anything that you feel now won't really do much. People say it will, but you won't feel the. How do you say? I think the Fed could take that gamble. They say they want to bring down the market, yet they don't seem like they're really implementing that strategy. At least to me. I'm not sure about the rest. Wait, does PLTR has earnings soon? When does PLTR have earnings? They have earnings tomorrow. Shit. Mortgage rates are already hitting 8%. That is ridiculous. Joel, but this is the thing that people don't realize. Based off of, it kind of depends, because, how do you say? A lot of the money that is currently being spent is actually due to inflation. So that's kind of the issue, right? But the thing that people don't quite realize is that interest rates. This is the problem with, especially with the housing market, right? There's only a certain percentage of the people who are paying the 8% in regards to mortgages. There's a decent amount, but how do you say? Residential real estate is not the issue within the market, right? So they're scalping people, and like, how do you say, people are getting scalped on shit that, like, oh my god, like, why would we? Hold up, that didn't make any fucking sense. What was I trying to say? Basically, the higher payment of mortgage rates sucks for you, but it doesn't suck for the market. Bought a house in 1995 at 8% interest rate. The house was $87. Oh shit, VS is popping up here. VS is popping. Mortgage stonks taking a shitter, also real estate fumbling. America is fucked. At the end of this, money won't matter unless you're a billionaire. Yeah. I don't disagree. Oh, there we go. LQR pop up. Here we go. 11 cents hitting 11.28, popping up to 11.23. I think the main, like, I know that sounds very sort of inconsiderate of the situation at hand, but real estate is real estate is in lockstep. The reason real estate's going down is because technically the actual value of the house is going down due to mortgage rates. All right, if you reduce mortgage rates, the actual price of the house goes up. If you increase it, the house goes down. But again, if you look at the tranches of residential real estate, that's not what would bring down the market. Right? And because nobody's buying or selling due to high mortgage rates, the value of houses aren't going down or up. Right? This is exactly what happened between 2006, 7, and 8. Right? You see that this is a big thing that you see, especially in what is it? In what is that shit called? Commercial real estate. Commercial real estate is locked because everybody in Wall Street knows commercial real estate is not going up. It definitely is going down, but they're not gonna change the price of it until some people are forced to change the price of it. Even though that there's already been a multitude of places that have sold at like 70% discount. But hey, let's ignore it. MDAI still popping up here. Let's go. Actually, I like MDAI setup. This is kind of like a DTCK type setup. How can people be homeless but all of these empty houses if not and well humanity will eventually not listen to the government? Yep. Because they just don't want to let go of power. That's the simplest version, I guess. Meanwhile, our government officials are millionaires. Well, complacency, bro. That's at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's complacency. AMD times and sales is just flying today. I'm curious. By the way, MDAI still pushing up here. Holy shit, this thing popped up 7% today. But these guys had earnings, I'm assuming. No earnings. So what? These guys they basically just reset the RSIs on low volume, which is exactly what I think a majority of the market wants. Right? I think the SPY is even doing this. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing these large moves on relatively low volume, resetting the RSI. Like the daily RSI on the SPY is already back up to 43. And what? The volume is non-existent. Oh, they had earnings yesterday? Ah, okay. Yeah, no, it wouldn't make sense to short like if you think AMD is undervalued or sorry, overvalued, it wouldn't make sense to short AMD after an earnings at a support level with RSI cooked. It'd probably be much healthier to just play to the upside. Because if you look at options, right, they're definitely going to slam this back down below 105. The call interest above this is fucking ridiculous. You could even argue 100. And it would cost them absolutely nothing to do it. Definitely by the end of this week, this could definitely drop back down below 100. Right? Because if I go to puts... Oh, wait, let's go to calls here. You can just wipe out a bunch of calls. The money made on puts, yeah, this thing is going to get slapped. It's going to come back up to this other fib level. It's going to get rejected here. And then if you want to bring it up, well, okay, well, HUBC dropping here. And I got stopped out, right? I just got stopped out on HUBC. Yep, stopped out. All right, HUBC, how much I lose on you again? This is probably like $4, right? Maybe 5. I think it was about $5. What are you at? You're at 3%? Yep, there you are. And it's fucking moving back up. You son of a bitch. Yeah, $4. I lost $4. Whatever. Oh, that was that fucking move they needed. I got stopped out yesterday on HUBC. Yeah. I was going for the setup potential pop back up above the 500. I should have honestly just moved my stop up once it popped up over that 500 and that 200. I was hoping maybe like some volume would kick in and they could grab that momentum on the way up. But I guess not today. Which would suck because that was actually a good dip buy. Maybe I should have just moved it down and then bought a little bit more. Because I'm now looking at PLTR as well because they have earnings tomorrow. I could definitely see this pop up tomorrow. Maybe not significantly. It seems like they're running all these AI companies again. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Maybe play both sides here. Would that be advantageous? Essentially, end of week. it would make sense for them to end the calls at least below 16. Right? If you pop it back up above 15.5, it's 13,000. See, options wise, it'd probably make a lot of sense to bring this back up to 15.5. That would probably be worth it there. Maybe double your investment on those PLTR calls. I don't know. The volume's fucking weak, though. This AMD move is so untrustworthy. Like, the volume is good, I guess, especially because it's still really early on in the day with that volume. But that just indicates that you could have a shit ton of selling pressure knock this back down. Right? If you get knocked back down to, like, let's say, like 103 on selling pressure right now on AMD, this bad boy's going down. MDAI is still pushing up. Who called out MDAI again? Who was that? Joel? Notified, not modified. Yeah. By the way, Joel, I got into MDAI. It's doing pretty well, actually. I'm up, what? How much am I up? Maybe a little bit more than, yeah, I'm up about 4% or something. It's not bad. Not on this account, on my backup account. I should have got more in, actually. I like the setup. Maybe a couple of days from now, we see a little bit of a spike up to the above the $3 or $4 area. Not financial advice, of course. Holy fuck, bro. I don't know. Would it make sense for them to pop up PLTR right now? Would that make a lot of sense? Or would they just let it ride down? Keep it similar. Maybe a little bit of a pop up here. I don't know. Let's look at the trajectory of PLTR. I don't know. PLTR is basically an extension of alphabet agencies, especially in a time of where we're in right now. It's very overvalued, so they would easily knock it down. See, I was trying to say that it's funny that the government wants to be notified by AI companies when they don't know a damn thing about it. Well, people at the top definitely don't know anything about it, but they definitely hire people who do. But the application is definitely being misused by people. We just gotta hope that the older gen, not like 60, I'm hoping like 70-year-olds just don't, in positions of power at least, like. Let's go, bro. MDAI, man. This one looks like it's ready for a pop-up here. Let's go. 305. Let's go. Let's go. Of course, QUBT is playing with my fucking emotions here. Low volume pop-up here. I don't know. It kind of makes sense for them to pop up PLTR here. I believe Congress recently... It was an executive order from the Biden administration, which even none of those guys know what the fuck is going on with AI. None of them, which pisses me off to no fucking end. How good? By the way, CLLS, another good pop-up here, could be a good trade. I don't know. I already used one day trade today. I'm not sure if it's worth it to use another. I don't know. They hit a new low here on PLTR. Is that volume consistent? I don't know. We still have FOMC, I guess. Maybe it's better to take some bets into... How long are we away now? We're what, an hour and a half away or something. You're definitely going to start seeing some movement in the next 30 minutes, I'm assuming. 30 to about an hour away from now. Dude, MDAI, let's go, baby. I don't know why, but this mofo spoke to my heart. I don't know. Does DTCK really go much higher than this? Maybe they definitely got to retest this 350 level. I don't know. I guess I'm just taking off all the profit on my DTCK position. I'm up more than 30%. Might as well just take it off. I'm not in the mood of holding tickers. If it runs, it runs. I don't give a fuck. I already scalped it earlier. Maybe I should just let 5 shares ride, but I can always get back in. I'm more like... It's just not worth it. I don't have enough day trades on my other account. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm just gonna close the tab on this. Still got a day trade on this account. Maybe we can find some plays here. Doubt it though. I don't know. Maybe Cube. OCG? What about OCG? I don't know. Not a lot of volume. TRKA maybe? Did kind of bounce back down here. What an absolute shit show here. Yeah, MDA is going to start trading sideways here. So what actually is my... One sec, I'm going to quickly... A little bit of a hit. A little bit of a hit. All right. Hopefully that's back in order. Wait, what? The Dixie just rallied back over 107. Hold up, let me look at this. Oh shit, what about bonds? Bonds are going down. Bond yields. This market is a fucking shit show, bro. All right, market's a bit dead. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. BPTH, new high a day. Oh, hold up. All right, BPTH hit 68.95 here. MDAI is coming back down here. No surprise there. What about AMD? Excuse me. Yo, we're now 2 hour. Okay, hold up. I have my timing off. Big time on the FOMC meeting. I don't know. The market hasn't moved all too much. HUBC did have that pop up on BPTH. DTCK is still moving. How about PLTR? PLTR didn't move much either, yeah. SADX worked its way up. BTAI swung back down, popped back up. Pixies at 6. LIFW trading sideways. QBTS coming back down. Turb not doing much. PMAC. Any slow and steady climbers here? SON. IPA, no. WBX with a potential reversal here. Good little bounce. Filling that gap. WRX. Let's take a look at this. What's up with WRX? What's the story behind WRX? WRX is a Western Resources wall box. No, WBX, sorry. Wallbox NV, a technology company, designs, manufactures charging solutions for residential, businesses, and public uses. Okay. So it's a European company. That's not great. They have a lot of debt, but they do have a lot of cash on hand, which I find. Please tell me they don't have a dividend. Thank God. Interesting. So we had some insider buying a couple of months ago. This was back in June. So we saw a spike in that. We do have earnings coming up. It is very oversold on the daily. We have been here before. Then have a bit of a spike coming back down. We do see some buying pressure down here. We're down 5%. SVRE. Ooh, that's a good spike. Not a lot of volume though. Okay, NVIDIA has a rejection of that 400, rejection of that as well. SVRE back down to 42 here. HUBC coming back down. Anything else in regards to AMTX, AGIL, Playboy? What about Playboy? Playboy also has earnings. Incredibly oversold. I mean, everything is oversold, so the issue is how long does it maintain its oversold? PLBY, I'm assuming I'm not going to like this. Yeah, no. Here, when do they have earnings? They have the 14th. All right, BPTH 68. Do I really want to start doing this shit? No, might as well wait. No, we're not doing that just yet. HUBC. Looking for another pop here. Oh, CLLS popped up to 294 here. Good recovery. IMPL. Scooped up 106, put on AMD, ran hard. J-Powell dropped this market. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think a lot of these tickers, especially AMD, might have to come out. Really HUBC. Gotta do me like that. See, anything that ran really hard is probably on its way down now. No, maybe just a sideways trade. I'm not doing too much. I guess, okay, wow, VIX is starting to climb back up here. And there goes the market to the shadow realm before the meeting. I love this time, patience and pick up. Some dead cat bounces or big dips, yeah. Oh wait, I just realized it's 10:30 for, wait, is it 2:30? It's 11:30, right? Yeah. I'm not really in the mood to revenge trade HUBC, but it has a decent fucking setup. The problem is indecisiveness between that VWAP, not even worth it. CLLS even coming back down here. DTCK looking for ready for maybe for another pop up here. Let me do A-Reb here for a second. So we're coming back down here. would be resistance. Retested that. No fucking way. Fuck you, HUBC. Fuck you. Problem is SPY is in between here. Like, it's in between this sort of resistance at like 428 to 409. Did reject that pull up all the way to 422 pretty hard. Volume is quite low. It's using the 33 as support here on the 4 hour. Oh, HUBC, you just had to do it, didn't you? You just had to stop me out half a dollar and then just pop right back up. I'd go back in, you son of a bitch. Should have just removed my stop. I should have just put it back at 67, to be honest. No, it's before FOMC. It's not fucking worth it. Just let FOMC roll over. Puff, puff, puff. Yeah. I don't like that fucking move, bro. I don't like that move whatsoever. That's that. Let me slap you down. Oh, dude. if it comes back down one more time. Damn, I was really hoping for like a decent win today. I mean, I got DTCK, I guess, but a little bit more, to be honest. What about Lucid? What's Lucid up to? $4. Earnings into when's Lucid's earnings? Earnings is the 7th, which would be next Tuesday. TGTX back hit, well, it did hit 1060. Yep, that's exactly what the fuck I was afraid of on HUBC. I don't know, maybe Lucid would be worth a little buy here. Again, I'm not sure if it's worth to do before FOMC. But that's also the risk of it, right? You probably make some more money buying before FOMC if you get it right. Let's take a look at Lucid in this capacity. So we are on a downtrend on the 30. Hourly doesn't look too hot. What about the 4 hour? Still technically bullish on HUBC. Excuse me. We're now 30 minutes away. We did see some large buying pressure kick in. What, a retest of like 407 maybe? Oh yeah, sorry. Dude, I'm getting the times mixed up today. Because you guys always say it's always Eastern, so I always gotta subtract 3. Oh, let's see. 1:30, 12:30. Oh yeah, it's 11:30. And do I think HUBC retests that in 87 area? I mean, it would make sense. Can you fill that gap? Indecisive on a massive drop with low volume. Well, you did have selling pressure into there, so that makes sense. Yeah, just be patient. Maybe Lucid's worth buying back below. No, technically Lucid has never. Yeah, so I basically so in an hour people will know. Somebody will know something. All right. If we can rest above this 71 for a little bit on HUBC, I think it's probably time to start buying again. If we can rest on top of it, but that would be head and shoulders, wouldn't it? On the 1 hour? No, that would be very weak. Yeah, I mean, we're basically at that 71 area. QBTS continues to rise. What about TRKA? TRK is at 107, finding good support here. CDU, what about CDU? CDU has had some buying pressure, very, very quiet though. Son of a bitch. HUBC, an interesting move, a pop-up, and then once again indicating supply issues. DTCK moving up to 475. Keep an eye on this mofo. Ooh, okay. Big move on HUBC. I'm gonna let that play out. Got some good volume, bro. Oh shit, here we go. $71 being bought up. Oh, what a sly son of a bitch here. Very interesting what they just did. Don't like that upside on Lucid. Oh, once you get above 503, it becomes an issue. What's the SPY up to? SPY's back up to 420. I don't think we're going below 418 here. We're definitely going below 420. $419. We can definitely move below 419 here. Or into 419. What about IPO calendar? Oh, there's a new IPO, PAPL. Okay. What do we think of this one? So we're down 20%. So this IPO'd at $4 here. We're down 20%. So people... EF Hutton. Preemptive RS MACD buying. See that. SPY rejecting. Yep, there we go. We're going back down. What about whatever happened with MVOS? MVOS is back down to 22 here. I don't know. Do we bounce back down to this 275 area? Do you think MVS could be on a rebound here? Look at MVLS here. 5-minute time frame, very oversold. Any gaps to fill on MVLS? 23, 24, 25. Another gap at 28. Nothing on the 4-hour. What about the 2-hour? Nothing on the 2-hour. What about the 1-hour? Nope. 30-minute? Nope. We do see some buying pressure here. Consistent even. Won't be. Oh. HUBC. Another dip. Yeah, I'm not confident in MVS either, but it could just be a decent, like maybe a bit of a bounce back up to this 24 area. I mean, that could be $6 there. DTCK still looking for new highs. Should have just let 5 shares ride in case this pops up massively, but it did make a good amount of money on it. WNW. Oh, nice little pop up here. HUBC rejecting. DTCK 491. Holy fuck. I should have loaded all in at 290, 260 or something, whatever. I don't know. And we did fill that gap. Let's see if it retests that 13 again. See, Pineapple Finance. Pineapple Finance. They gotta have some form of it's a mortgage technology broker in Canada. Oh God. It's going nowhere. We're closer and closer. We're now officially an hour away. The rate hike will probably be released in about 25 minutes. Let's throw up the SPY then. Excuse me. God damn it. What was it? PayPal. PayPal. Finger dropped down to 555. Man, even that's going down. See, what are some other plays that we've been following here? What, anything below this? Okay, so we're about 12 minutes away. Trying to drag people in here. CLLS is not going anywhere. OCG just chilling. MSS maybe. WNW, I've been kind of keeping an eye on this. Not a big fan, to be honest. Though I say that and it's probably going to pop up. Maybe if it's 1160. HUBC just trading sideways. VS did climb up slowly today. SPY's indicating a breakout, and we should get the number in about 5 minutes here, so we should see some volatility kick back in. It's probably just going to be keeping it sideways for now. One of those WNWs, one of those plays that could just pop up randomly after hours. Okay, here we go. In the stretch, in the stretch. HUBC back down to 70. NFTG still trading at 40 cents here. NFTG is still at a pretty decent loading zone, actually. Alright, here we go. We're about to get ready. Probably going to know in the next couple of minutes here what's about to happen with this market. Mullen popped back down to 26. Recovery off of support, now moving up. There's essentially no real movement here. SPY's popping up into it. All right, here we go. Come on, come on, come on. We're probably about to get a knife down to 419. No movement yet. Okay, big move up, big move up. Here we go. Somebody knows something. Somebody knows something. MACD crossover setting up a bullish pattern. Interesting. Do see some selling pressure. All right, so they haven't changed it. Well, it's not as bullish as people were expecting it to be. Where's that massive rally, guys? I thought it was full bull here. Oh, well, I guess we're not done. $420.90. MasterCard's getting a pop-up. SPY dropping pretty hard here. Let's take a look at the rest of the market. PLTR getting dropped because of it. Could banks rally here? I don't know. We did just see a massive drop-off. Basically no movement in the SPY. A little bit of volatility here. Interesting. Nothing crazy. No real impacts. Honestly, expect to move down now because we've tested the higher end of the, especially the bands. Now we got 27 minutes till. Alright, fucking indecisive ass motherfucking market. No fucking volume. I'll be right back.
persistent this will be. You can see how volatile it is. Different kinds of news will affect the level of rates. And I think any kind of an estimate that was, precise would hang out there and have a great chance of looking wrong very quickly. So I think what we can say is that financial conditions have clearly tightened, and you can see that in the rates that consumers and households and businesses are paying now. And over time, that will have an effect. We just don't know how persistent it's going to be, and it's tough to try to translate that in a way that I'd be comfortable communicating into how many rate hikes that is.
If I could follow up, I guess what makes you confident that tighter financial conditions will slow above trend growth when 500 basis points of rate hikes, QT, and a minor banking crisis have not thus far?
Well, that's the way our policy works is, and sometimes it works with lags, of course, which can be long and variable. But ultimately, if you raise raise interest rates, you do see those effects, and you see those effects in the economy now. You see what's happening in the housing market. You're seeing that now. You'll see if you look at surveys of people, it's not a good time, they think, to buy durable goods of various kinds because rates are so high now. I mentioned again, we're getting reports from housing that the effects of this could be quite significant. But you're right. This has been a resilient economy, and it's, I think, been surprising in its resilience. And there are a number of possible reasons why that may be. Our job is to achieve maximum employment and price stability, and so we take the economy as it comes. It has been resilient, so we take it as it is.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. In terms of the thresholds that you've laid out of what could warrant further tightening, the additional evidence of persistently above trend growth or some kind of reversal in the recent easing of labor market tightness, that seems to suggest something more powerful than just one more quarter point rate hike would be necessary. And I'm just curious if that's how the committee sees it.
So we've identified those factors. Those are not meant to be the only factors or a specific test that we're going to be applying with some metrics behind it. Really, we're going to be looking at the broader picture and what's happening with our progress toward the 2% inflation goal. Is the labor market continuing to broadly cool off and achieve a better balance? We'll be looking at that. Growth, we look at growth insofar as it has implications for our two mandate goals. We look at that. And we look at broader financial conditions. So we'll be looking at all of those things as we reach a judgment, whether we need to further tighten policy. And if we do reach that judgment, then we will further tighten policy.
Okay. And just in terms of the tightening of financial conditions, if that is having some kind of offsetting effect in terms of the need to potentially, again, raise rates, what then is the potential impact on the trajectory of rate cuts? Could we see those maybe pulled forward or have to see more than what the September SEP indicated?
So the fact is the committee is not thinking about rate cuts right now at all. We're not talking about rate cuts. We're still very focused on the first question, which is have we achieved a stance of monetary policy that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time, sustainably? That is the question we're focusing on. The next question, as you know, will be for how long will we remain restrictive? Will policy remain restrictive? And what we said there is that we'll keep policy restrictive until we're confident that inflation is on a sustainable path down to 2%. That'll be the next question. But honestly, right now, we're really tightly focused on the first question. The question of rates cuts just doesn't come up because I think it's so important to get that first question, as close to right as you can.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, I guess I had assumed that there was a tightening bias in the committee. You say in the statement you're looking to assess the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the extent to which you may need to hike additionally. You didn't say earlier that you were sufficiently restrictive. There were forecasts for 2 rate hikes among most members of the committee. But then you just said that, we haven't made a determination. Would you say the bias right now is neutral, that there is no disposition to hike again, and that the committee largely has moved off of this forecast for 2 hikes? Or for, one additional hike?
I think you're talking about one additional.
Yeah,
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I would say, the language, looking at it here, in determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation 2% over time? That's the question we're asking.
So is it right to think of that as a hiking bias is still in the committee here?
We haven't used that term, but it's fair to say that's the question we're asking: is should we hike more? It's not.
How's the chicken? Oh, the prawns are delicious.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Well, since the last meeting, the auto workers' strike has finished. Oil prices have leveled off, and yet on the other hand, you have the outbreak of war between Israel and Hamas. How do you see all those factors taken together affecting the economy going forward? How are you thinking about those?
So there are significant issues out there, as you point out. Global geopolitical tensions are certainly elevated, and that goes for the war in Ukraine. It goes for the war between Israel and Hamas. We're monitoring that. Our job is to monitor those things for their economic implications. So the UAW strike, as you point out, appears to be coming to an end. Oil prices have flattened out. They haven't gone down, but I guess they've gone down a little bit from their earlier peak. Another one is the possibility of government shutdown. We don't know about that one. So there's plenty of risk out there. But I would go back to the bigger picture from our standpoint is we've got a very strong economy, strong labor market, making progress on the labor market, making progress on inflation, and we're very focused on getting confident that we have achieved a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive. That's really our focus.
Great. And just one quick thing. You last month had gone to York, Pennsylvania, where you talked to last month, where you talked to a lot of small business owners. Just curious, what sentiments did you hear from them, or what did you picked up on, and was there anything that surprised you the most in terms of what they talked about?
I wouldn't say I was terribly surprised. I was very impressed by York as a town with a real strategy, and I would say it's very impressive what the people there have put together in the face of some difficult longer run trends about offshoring of manufacturing and that kind of thing. They've done a great job as a city, I think. What you hear is consistent there, which is people are really suffering under high inflation. You were there. We talked to some people who, were feeling that in their businesses, and other people who were feeling it in their home lives as well. It's painful for people, particularly people who don't have a lot of extra financial resources, who are spending most of their income on the essentials of life. So we know that wasn't new, but that did come through very clearly in the conversations we had in New York. And I walked away from that even. Just thinking that we really, the best thing we can do for the U.S. is to restore price stability, fully restore price stability, and not fail in that task, and do it as quickly as possible, but also with the least damage we can.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. You've spoken before about the pain that would likely be coming for the economy in order to get inflation down. But since the economy has not responded to rate hikes in ways that would normally be expected, have you changed your views on that at all, on how necessary or inevitable that kind of pain would be, say, for the labor market or overall growth?
Well, I think everyone has been very gratified to see that we've been able to achieve, pretty significant progress on inflation without seeing the kind of increase in unemployment that has been very typical of rate hiking cycles like this one. So that's a historically unusual and very welcome result. And the same is true of growth. We've been saying that we need to see below potential growth, and growth has been strong, but yet we're still seeing this. I still believe, and my colleagues, for the most part, I think still believe, that it is likely to be true. It is still likely to be true, not a certainty, but likely, that we will need to see some slower growth and some softening in the labor market conditions to get to fully restore price stability. So, but it's only a good thing that we haven't seen it, and I think we know why. Since we lifted off, we have understood that there are really two processes at work here. One of which is the unwinding of the distortions to both supply and demand from the pandemic and the response to the pandemic. And the other is restrictive monetary policy, which is moderating demand and giving the supply side time to recover, time and space to recover. So you see those two forces now working together to bring down inflation. But it's that first one can bring down inflation without the need for higher unemployment or slower growth. It's supply side improvements like shortages and bottlenecks and that kind of thing going away. It's getting a significant increase in the size of the labor market now, both from labor force participation and from immigration. That's a big supply side gain that is really helping the economy, and it's part of why GDP is so high, is because we're getting that supply. So we welcome that, but I think those things will run their course, and we're probably still going to be left, we think, and I think, we'll still be left with some ground to cover to get back to full price stability, and that's where monetary policy and what we do with demand is still going to be important.
Against that backdrop, if you've gotten any clarity on lags, if you have an economy that's been so resilient to high rate increases, does that suggest to you that there isn't necessarily this huge wave of tightening that's still coming through the pipeline and that it may have already come into effect?
I continue to think it's very hard to say. So it's been 1 year at this meeting. 1 year ago, this was the fourth of our 75 basis points hikes. So that's a full year since then. I think we are seeing the effects of all the hiking we did last year, and this year we're seeing it. It's very hard to know exactly what that might be. But you can, for example, an example of where you wouldn't have felt this yet is debt that had been termed out. But it's going to come due and have to get rolled over next year or the year after. So, and there are little things like that where the effects are just taking time to get into the economy. So I think we have to make monetary policy under great uncertainty about how long the lags are. I think trying to get a clear answer and say, I'm just going to assume this, is really not a good way to do it. And this is one of the reasons why we have slowed the process down this year, was to give monetary policy time to get into the economy. And it takes time, we know that, and you can't rush it. So slowing down is giving us, I think, a better sense of how much more we need to do if we need to do more.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm trying to connect the dots here. One quick clarification I want to ask about Rachel's question is, you said you need slower growth. You had always said before a period of lower than trend growth. Has that changed? And two, it sounds to me like you're basically saying here that the dot plots out the window, that every meeting is live with the possibility of a rate increase for right now. It doesn't matter about the turn of the year, and that there's not an objective way to determine whether or not you've got enough tightening in the system. It's just going to be a subjective judgment meeting by meeting.
Well, so let's talk about the dot plot first. So the dot plot is a picture in time of what the people in the committee thinks is likely to be appropriate monetary policy in light of their own personal economic forecast. In principle, when things change, that's not like a plan that anybody's agreed to or that we will do. That's a forecast that would change, for example. I mean, many things could change that would cause people to say, I wouldn't write down that dot, 6 weeks later. Think of the number of things that could change your mind on that. So I think the efficacy of the dot plot probably decays over the 3-month period between that meeting and the next meeting. But nonetheless, it's out there, and we do personally update our forecast, but we don't formally update the dot plot. So, I think we try to be as transparent as we can about the way we're thinking about these things. We're laying out there our thinking, and as we approach the meeting, we'll all be, my colleagues and I will be talking about how we're processing that data. In terms of, we're not really changing the way, in terms of growth, what I said was below potential. So what you have here recently is growth that is temporarily, potential growth is elevated for a year or two right now over its trend level. So the right way to think about it is what's potential growth this year. People think trend growth over a long period of time is a little bit less than 2%, or I would say just around 2%. But what we've had is with the improvement in the size of the labor force, as I mentioned, through both participation and immigration, and with the better functioning in the labor market, and with the unwinding of the supply chain and shortages and those kinds of things, you're seeing actually elevated potential growth. There's catch-up growth that can happen in potential, and that means that if you could be growing at 2% this year and still be growing below the increase in the potential output of the economy. I hope that's clear. That's really what's going on. That's why I would say it as below potential.
But if you could clarify what I asked about the meeting by meeting, are we essentially now supposed to assume that it's a meeting by meeting, live meeting with a chance of a rate increase that will be decided on subjective criteria rather than objective at each meeting?
I mean, I don't know that I want to just accept anybody's characterization of it. I'll tell you how we're doing this. So we're going meeting by meeting. We're asking ourselves whether we've achieved a stance of policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. That's the question we're asking. We're looking at the full range of economic data, including financial conditions and all of those things that we look at. And then we've come very far with this rate hiking cycle, very far. And you saw the spread at the September meeting of, it's a relatively small spread of people think 1 or 2 additional hikes. So you're close to the end of the cycle. That was an impression a belief as of September. It's not a promise or a plan of the future. And so we're going into these meetings one by one. We're looking at the data. As I mentioned, we're also, we're being careful. We're proceeding carefully because we can proceed carefully at this time. Monetary policy is restrictive. We see its effects, particularly in interest-sensitive spending and other channels. So that's how I think about it.
Neil.
Thanks. Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. In light of the run-up in long-term yields we've seen the last several weeks, have you given any consideration to the pace of your asset runoff program? And if there were a judgment that the higher term premium was endangering the dual mandate goals, would that be reason to think about slowing or suspending QT, or should we think of that as more of a technical question around reserves?
So committee is not considering changing the pace of balance sheet runoff. It's not something we're talking about or considering. And I know there are many candidate explanations for why rates have been going up, and QT is certainly on that list. It may be playing a relatively small effect, although I would say at $3.3 trillion in reserves, it's not. I think it's hard to make a case that reserves are even close to scarce at this point. So that's not something that we're looking at right now.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask about the Basel III endgame capital proposal. You've gotten a lot of pushback from people on different aspects of the proposal, and you yourself expressed some reservations. And I'm just curious, could you accept finalizing that proposal without significant changes?
So that proposal is out for comment, and we expect a lot of comment. We won't get those comments until the end of, well into next year. We've extended the deadline. And we'll take them seriously. We'll read them. I'll say what I do expect is that we will come to we're a consensus-driven organization. We'll come to a package that has broad support on the board.
So does broad support mean more support than the proposal had?
It means broad support.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. So in addition to persistence, when you look at long-term treasury yields, what else are you watching to evaluate how those tighter financial conditions are hitting the economy, and if it will lessen the need for further tightening? Also, do you think that those higher yields could affect banking stress?
So what do we look at? We look at a very wide range of financial conditions. And in fact, as you'll know, different organizations publish different financial conditions indexes, which can have 7 or 8 variables, or they can have 100 variables. So there's a very rich environment, and we tend to look at a few of them. I'm not going to give you the names, but they're a few of the common ones that people look at. And so they're looking at things like the level of the dollar, the level of equity prices, the level of rates, the credit spreads, sometimes they're pulling in credit availability and things like that. So it isn't any one thing. We would never look at, for example, long-term Treasury rates in isolation, nor will we ignore them. But we would look at them as part of a broader picture, and they do play a role, of course, in many of the major standard financial condition indexes. Your second question was banking stress. So it's something we're watching. As you know, we did have there were issues with interest rate risk and also funding uninsured deposits in the things we went through in March and thereafter. And so we've been working a lot with financial institutions to make sure that they have good funding plans and that they have a plan for how to deal with the kind of portfolio unrealized losses that they have. We do think the banking system is quite resilient. We had a handful of bank failures, but so that's what we're out there doing, and we don't have any reason to think that these rate hikes are materially changing that picture, which is one of a strong banking system and one where there's a strong focus by banks and by supervisors on liquidity, on funding, and those sorts of things.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Scott Horsley from NPR. Last week, you and your colleagues put forward a proposal to lower the cap on debit card swipe fees for comment. Could you just talk a little about the considerations there, what it would mean for merchants, for banks, for consumers, and also just what y'all are seeing in terms of the use of both debit and credit cards in the payment system?
So you're right. We put a proposal out for comment is what we did. And this is a job that Congress assigned us, as you of course know, in Dodd-Frank, and all we can really do is faithfully implement the statute. That's all we're trying to do. What else can we really do? It's a 90-day comment period. We typically don't comment on these things once they're out for comment, and we do hope that stakeholders, and we know that they will use this opportunity to express their views. They haven't been shy about that. So that's critical, and that's what I can say about that now.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So over the last 3 months, the year-over-year PCE inflation was at 3.4%, core well over 3%. You've said in the past 2% remains the Federal Reserve target, but with no rate increase today, how long would you be okay then with a 3% or 3% plus overall inflation?
The progress is probably going to come in lumps and be bumpy, but we're making progress. I think the core PCE came down by almost 60 basis points in the third quarter. So the best thing I could point you to would be the September SEP, where the expectation was that inflation by the end of next year on a 12-month trailing basis would be well into the twos, and the year after that further into the twos. So that's if you look historically, that's sort of consistent with the way inflation comes down. It does take some time, and as you get as you get further and further from those highs, it may actually take longer time. But the good news is we're making progress, and monetary policy is restrictive, and we feel like we're on a path to make more progress, and it's essential that we do.
Well, you've said in the past that doing too little on interest rates could take years to fix, but the cost of doing too much could be easily fixed. How robust was the debate about this pause on the doing too little side?
That's always the question we're asking ourselves, and we know that if we fail to restore price stability, the risk is that expectations of higher inflation get entrenched in the economy, and we know that that's really bad for people. Inflation will be both higher and more volatile. That's a prescription for misery, and so we're really committed to not letting that happen. For the first year or so of our tightening cycle, the risk was all on the side of not doing enough. We've come far enough that the risks have gotten more two-sided. You can't identify that with a lot of precision, but it does feel like the risks are more two-sided now. But we're committed to getting inflation back down to our target over time, and we will.
Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. Quick follow-up to the question about banking stresses. You talked about how the banking system is resilient. Of course, part of the resilience of the past year stems from the bank term funding program that you launched in March. Given that bond prices have not recovered, that unrealized losses are probably mounting, how likely is it that you might have to extend that program in March next year?
Good question. We haven't really been thinking about that yet.
Jesus Christ, we are fucked. Okay. I don't know what... Okay, so SPY popped up. Cool. Mullen might have a little bit of a pop here. WNW not really doing much. What about DTCK? DTCK kind of just trailed off here. So we are starting to get some moves here. Not the moves I was kind of hoping for, but hey, take what we can get. I don't know. I don't know what the guy's talking about. He's saying that we're constricting. Yeah. He literally said we're gonna reduce inflation by equaling out supply and demand. So we're gonna keep interest rates as high as possible until then, and the market will balance itself out. But the problem is your interest rates are impacting the market, right? And inflation as well. So your act of getting involved within the market is altering the supply and demand of the market. So that just goes to show that, and that's exactly why the market crashes or would crash, or most likely will crash when he starts reducing rates, right? And inflation is not going to go back down to 3% or 2% because he's saying we don't want to entrench the inflation, but you're not increasing interest rates. So this guy's talking out of his asshole. He's literally contradicting himself within 2 sentences. Not that it matters, because the move was already planned, but let's ignore that for now. We are starting to see, at least my portfolio is starting to see some moves to the upside here, but I don't know. I'm not a big... Yeah, one thing I do think, though, one takeaway that I do think is very interesting, and he even said this last time, and I think this is what's really going to start impacting, especially the real estate market, is he said we haven't even started discussing rate cuts yet. I think that's the biggest takeaway, right? All these real estate gurus came out the woodwork saying, no, interest, we're gonna start cutting pretty soon. Why? How? That's not gonna happen. All right. That's why this is the thing. If you don't listen to Jerome Powell, you don't really miss anything, but if you don't listen to him, you miss everything. It's really weird. Like you could go on about your day and it would not impact you whatsoever. But if you miss it, then you also don't understand the bullshit that gets spewed and all the narratives that are being spun, and you have a hard time looking through all the bullshit. But yeah, so I was also eating when we were listening to that, so I'm doing like small little like fruit and stuff and whatever, but that doesn't matter. How do you say? Yeah, Nvidia's popping up here. No surprise, Nvidia has to go back up to, it has to retest that sort of 428, 434 area, which I don't think it'll probably stay up there for a couple of days. So Yeah, it probably won't be. We'll see. They have earning. When's their earnings? The 9th or something? The 21st? I don't know. Maybe shorts cover until then, and then. Because Nvidia is really the only ticker holding up the SPY right now. Well, maybe Apple. What's Apple doing? Apple's gonna continue to feel the impacts, bro. Apple's what they're pricing in the fact that people are gonna continue to buy Apple products. No one can afford your products, bro. Major bull flag on Apple. What fucking bull flag? This bull flag? The bull flag that isn't gonna do shit? It blows my mind how people do not understand that he's contradicting himself. I just don't get that. But whatever. Real estate, I think what's slowly going to start, how do you say? I think the fact that he said it a second time now, I think is what's going to start creeping into the real estate market now. I think the first time, I think before people were listening to a bunch of gurus, I think the first time he said it, I think there was a couple, you could see it in the real estate market and some of the pricing that was going on. People understood what he was saying. And now I think with the second time around, I think people really are starting to realize that they're probably going to have to deal with what's going on now. Now, if they can get up to speed with interest rates, that's a whole nother story. But if they hike it at any point, that completely collapses because people would have to work overtime just to catch up to the current interest rates. And he said it himself, the full interest rates have not been completely felt yet. There's maybe starting to be felt if you want to be nice, but on average it takes 18 months. As he said, we're probably into the second or third 75 rate hike, fully experiencing that impact. So we still have another 9 months to go to feel all those impacts. Right, so the Federal Reserve is essentially resting its hat on the fact that the next 9 months, those interest rates will be felt long and hard enough. Blue chew of interest rates, especially in the real estate market. I don't know how long that's going to last, but right. Plus, he also risks the fact that inflation goes back up. And this is, to be fair, a reporter asked that question, which blows my mind. There was a reporter who asked. There's actually two reporters who asked decent questions. One guy was like, "You've done all these interest rate hikes, yet we've had a banking failure. Inflation hasn't come down yet. Yada yada yada." Yeah, we're still impacting this type of stuff. You could see, well, maybe you guys weren't looking at it. I didn't show it, but Jerome Powell literally froze for a second. He was like, fuck. He was like, shit. He's right. Like, we haven't done shit. So he got scared there a little bit. And then the second question was, what was the second one? There's another question that was asked. Oh, yeah. In regards to the risk of inflation, right? It's like, why don't you just raise rates higher if it's tougher to bring down inflation and it's tougher to get ahead of inflation than and it's more expensive if you simply just go overboard and slap it down a little bit. But, what do I know? He literally used his own words against him in the sense of like, you said it's more expensive to do what you're doing at the rate that you're doing it. So why don't you just put your foot on the gas pedal? And his answer was, well, who gives a fuck? Again, not that anything that he really said mattered, but just kind of interpreting what he's saying. I think that, again, full on contradiction of what he said. Not. I think even more and more people are sort of starting to wake up to his BS. I think he had about a good 6 months where he could kind of deflect and he could hide behind the fact that he rose interest rates so high for in such a quick succession. But I think as every single time he pauses and every single time they don't meet the things that, or the targets that they expect to meet, I think is when people become more and more nervous. And that's what he's banking on, essentially, is the fact that people don't get nervous or don't figure out to become nervous. Oh, whatever. Let the wigs figure that shit out. They want to be retarded. Hasn't changed jack shit. Back to finding a play I can day trade and actually make some money on. Do we have any little late day runners here? OCG popped up. QBTS, not a big fan. LQR. Happy I didn't get into that. LIFW. AIHS. Did have a nice little pop up here. See, where does the SPY go from here? Where does the market go from here? That's the question. Because I was thinking, it's not bullish. It's not bullish because it would be, honestly, it would be more bullish. Like, we would have probably had a sell-off in the market if we raised rates, but we would have had a continuation to the upside later on in the coming weeks. We popped up on the SPY today, probably indicating we're going to get... You think it's bullish, Pyro? I think we'll have rallies. I definitely think we'll have a weak rally or something like that. But I don't think what he said was... Because if you're just looking at the market, like the SPY is now running into resistance, so it has to beat that out. Right, so we got resistance here at this 224 level, and then this 234. 224, 234 is like basically the next levels of resistance. And by the way, we're running back into the 200 EMA, so on the daily, which if we reject that push up here, that's a big fucking deal. I think the highest we go is maybe 430. That's being nice. 432, I would give that. Didn't we also gap up today? Yeah, we also gapped up today. So plus we had a bunch of other data come out. But Jesus Christ, bro, the VIX took a fat dump. The VIX is now back at 1669, which, how do you say, 69 equals reversal. Here we go. Look at the VIX. This is on the weekly. This is on the daily. Let's look at the monthly, because we're on a new monthly candle. I guess we did have indecisiveness. So, yeah, we could see the VIX get dropped right back down to this 13 area. But I don't think we do it. What, maybe... So what? Yeah, definitely... December could be indecisive. January could be indecisive. If it's not November, if it's not middle of November, it's definitely February. If it's not February, then it's probably April. I don't know. The market's doing what I expected it to do, especially Nvidia. I think Nvidia is one of those plays that could be a really good short very soon. Like I'm talking 10,000% on a put if you play it right. We're really close to that. I think we do have like one last rally back to this sort of like 438 level. I think if you reject that, I'm not even sure if we get that high. I think 428 is probably the level we need to break on Nvidia. Even then, if you get a complete rejection, you're going right back down to the 400s. But it is the old adage of the market where if there's no reason to be bearish, then that's all the reason to be bullish. And if there's no reason to be bullish, we're still bullish. I actually wonder what's more like bearish, being full bear or the potential of being bearish. I wonder if that. I think it's more like I don't think I think the only time it's really worth being bearish is like if it's actually time to be bearish. And most of that time that will just happen like out of the blue. Like if I look at him, actually let me look at Nvidia's volume here. Like we're having this massive rally on Nvidia, and we still have 30 minutes to go, but the volume on this rally is so cheap. AMD is a different story. I'll give AMD that credit. The SPY, I mean, this rally on the SPY is so weak. Dude, what would completely kill this rally or would just completely change the market dynamic is if we hit 410 tomorrow. That seems crazy, but honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I think tomorrow. I don't know. Yesterday was pretty bullish, to be honest, but even then we saw volume kick in on selling pressure. Or sorry, this morning. So if I had to go to NVIDIA 4 hour, then let me go to the 4 hour here. I don't fucking know. I think Friday, it's either tomorrow or Friday we get a big leg down. I don't know. Hopefully tomorrow we do get some good price action here on some of these smaller tickers. Of course, I didn't have any day trades when the market was actually moving decently. Wait, what? Okay. S&P 500 futures experienced a long streak of speculative net short positioning, which ended last week. Well, that doesn't mean we're bullish, because we have a lot of low volatility. Spreads are massive. So if you're bullish, the upside is great because you move up quickly. But how do you say that eventually weakens back down to the, or gets weakened to the downside eventually. By the way, IBRX at 322.5 came back down to 292, bounced off that 500 EMA. Plus, honestly, let's look at the SPY's RSI now. Dude. Yeah, I guess you could get into overbought territory, but that'd be very quick. If we go back here. Overbought. Let's see, rally. How many days can it take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It could take about 12 days, so 2.5 weeks of trading to go from oversold to overbought. And we have gone from, we're now on the we're on the third day, so we could still have another 8 days of bullishness, which would put us Thursday, November 9th. Right? No. That would put us 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would put us on Monday the 13th, which would lead us into OPEX. right? Because you're probably going to get a lot of bullish call buying. You're going to get call buys into OPEX, which would then be, is it the 24th or the 17th? I think it's the 17th, right? Because it's the third week when we get the witching. All right, hold up. Let me just look at options here. Or let's go to NVIDIA options. It's always the third one. So yeah, it's November 17th when we have a shit ton of calls. So if I go to SPY November, all right, what's the balance of probability on these calls and puts? Implied volatility into November 17th would be 443. That's the lowest. And then the puts would be, 443. So would it be in your best interest to attempt a call into November 17th on the SPY? Would that be worth it? Definitely not right now, but I don't know. Those are 2 cents each. $2. If you really wanted to, you could buy 443 calls for $2 each. No, not November 7th. I want November 17th. Sorry. I misspoke. 28. It would be 28. $28. They were up 100% today now. So what? Maybe one more day. Maybe collect some premiums on those bitches. So 443, which would make sense because then we have resistance at around between 427 and 431. No, that's NVIDIA. Sorry, let me SPY. Yeah, okay, so we have major resistance at 425. Let's go to the daily, actually. Excuse me. Hold up. So let's just do this. So we go down. We go probably start slowing down here. So what, we end up at 434. 434 by November 17th. That would make sense. Get a rip to the end of the week, maybe a drop on Monday, or maybe a drop on Friday, continuation on a Monday, a rally into the end of the week with maybe a couple of sideways trading days. And then, I don't know, we gap down and then rally, something like that. It wouldn't surprise me if we do something like that. Or yeah, we're just gonna rally into the market. Any tickers following suit down here? Not really. I think most of the moves have already been made today. We only have about 20 minutes left. I don't think anyone. I think maybe bears are just getting squeezed out right now. That could be a real possibility. Oh, maybe it wouldn't be. Did they update Amazon's earnings yet? And they paid off debt. Hold the fuck up. I know we're rallying right now. Of course, yeah. Price in double top. Do we really go down much lower here? 1.4 trillion. That's a lot of money. $180. Jesus. I don't know. Problem is credit event. That's the problem. Once you get margin calls going, especially in different sectors, then it doesn't really matter. ETFs start selling out due to their commercial real estate positioning. It's the problem. You can't go long and you can't go short. That's where you're in the market. If you go long, like this is why you have people in money markets right now. If you go long, the upside isn't worth it, right? Unless if you're making a decent trade. But otherwise it's not worth making a trade to the upside. It's not worth going to the downside on a trade because you can lose your ass very quickly. I don't know. All I know is that once the SPY hits 425, you probably want to take a small little short position on it. Actually, well, no, we're running now into. Wait, we're running. Why is TradingView's EMAs off, or why is Weeble's trading EMAs off? Anyone have the 200 EMA on the SPY for me? I'm not sure if anybody's actually still listening, but because I got one sitting at 425.50, and I got the other one here sitting at basically where we're at right now, 423.16. So almost a $2 difference, which is significant. It does seem the one on they both have relevancy. Fair value gap, so 426 maybe. Run into that 33. Come back down, retest this 423. So what, 426, 423. Move back down. Yeah, makes sense. And then you continue to the upside on Friday. That would be crazy. Maybe sideways more than anything. I think tomorrow you see a half a pullback and then a sideways. I'm looking for the 200 EMA on the daily of the SPY. Webull gives me 423. TradingView gives me 425. I want to know which one is stronger. They both have relevancy in the charts. Oh, wait, did I change it on the... No, I didn't change it. What the fuck? See, because I got 13, 33, 48, 100, 200, 500 on Webull. Wait, didn't we see this shit on HUBC today? Go December calls to, what is it? 158. Oh, okay? You have MA. Okay. Well, I use EMAs, but I have the MAs set up as well. I can always throw that up there. Remove the VWAP, VP, EMA, and then just go MAs. Yeah, 421, we had that resistance, and then we gapped up. So what, we get that 33 MA, 427 makes a lot of sense. Back into that. It could just be a shitty bull flag. That could be the case. We did bounce off the 500. Yeah, so look, I think we're going back up to that 438 level on the SPY. I think that makes a lot of sense. 438 on the SPY. Because then what happens is because we bounce off the 500, we retest the top of this channel. We get close to filling the gap on this 438 level. So we have like this little pocket right here that we probably need to fill. Right, I'd probably say like right here. This is where you got this. So from like 433 up to like 441 is this little pocket that you're probably going to try to refill. And then you come back down. I don't know. That might seem a little extreme, though. Yeah, 430. I don't know. This. It could also, yeah. We're definitely going back to the 430s at some point. I don't think we go lower until, or if you wanted to go lower, we don't go lower until we hit 430. Well, I'm just happy that this market is going to be closing soon. We got 10 minutes left. All right, peace out, Steve. I get it. Days are... feel a crisp October, November fall feel in the market. may have scratched my left eye 2 weeks ago, and the redness is not going away. You know what's... Wait, I don't think I ever told you this, but I went to go buy some alcohol at a store, and because like I'm looking at the screen all day and my eyes are open, like I don't blink very much. My eyes end up being red, like they get dry sometimes because I don't blink so much. I went to the store, and the person, I was like, I'd like to buy this alcohol. The person rejected me because they were like, "Why are your eyes red?" I was like, "What?" This 30-year-old like woman. I don't know what was inside her panties that morning, but she got all twisted up. She's like, "Your eyes are red. I'm not selling you alcohol." Didn't know you had to be a gatekeeper. They thought you were high as hell, but yeah, but red eyes don't really indicate anything. Alright, yes. Peace out, bro. Enjoy your evening, bro. Enjoy your family. Money up, money up, up. Where's PLTR at? I'm still keeping an eye on PLTR. Oh yeah, that's true. Do I make a decision here on PLTR tonight? I was waiting for end of day on PLTR. Okay, we're moving up. We did hit that line. I think, could we break out here? I don't know. We might have a nice little bullish rally. For earnings, what is it? Earnings tomorrow? Hold up. Okay, I got 5 minutes left. Earnings calendar. Do I go up or down? I don't know. People are probably buying in because they're going cash flow positive, so I just need to know what time it is. They're worth 32 billion. It's probably the fifth one. Fourth. Are they at night? No, so it gotta be in the morning then. Yeah, in the morning. Okay, so I gotta take a little bit of a gamble here. Do I go bullish? Do I go bearish? I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to risk that. Got 5 minutes to decide. I don't know. Last time we had good earnings and they dropped it. I'm gonna regret that so much, aren't I? Whatever. I lose half of it. Whatever. DTCK had a good day today. All right, here we go. 20 seconds. Wrap it, call it a day. Yep, Pyro, peace out, bro. Nothing much going on. In fact, I'm probably just going to end it here as well. I'm just going to finish it right off the bat. The market's just been absolute fucking goobly gook ga. Boom, there we go. Market is closed. All right, guys. Peace out. Catch y'all tomorrow. Until next time. Peace.